Good morning, everyone. We have a single entry Alpine yearling milker to start us off today. This is a doe that we might like to change some things in terms of general appearance to level her out over the loin and move that throw forward just a touch to move those rear legs underneath her. But a yearling that we really appreciate for the correctness and really promising mammary system, really like the width of rear udder attachment, and really appreciate the sharpness and angularity throughout that she shows us. We'll see her back out here in a minute for our champion lineup. These are our Alpine 2-year-olds today. One is placing over 2 for the advantage primarily in general appearance. She's smoother blending from her neck into her withers. She shows us more extension to brisket. When you watch these does out on the move, she's more naturally level over that top line. She's wider and flatter from thurl to thurl than the doe in 2. Additionally, she is more correct in that thurl placement, stands with those rear legs a little more correctly underneath her. She also has the advantage in body capacity with much more depth of body than the doe in 2. However, she will grant to the overall width of rear udder attachment a little more appropriate capacity to mammary on the second place doe, for which the doe in 2 should be commended. This is our class of 3-year and under 5 Alpines. Today, one is placing over 2. For the advantage, she has a mammary system. She's higher and wider in that rear udder attachment, has more overall support to that mammary system, as well as having more balance and symmetry to her mammary when viewed from the rear. Additionally, she does have an advantage in general appearance with more angulation through that stifle joint than the doe in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe, a little closer placing here, but for the advantage that she does have in the mammary system, the higher rear udder attachment, more appropriate capacity to mammary for her age. Additionally, she has the advantage in general appearance. She's more nearly level across the area of the loin, more nearly level from her hips to her pins than the black doe in 3. The third place doe really loved the length of bone pattern that she shows us, and the sharpness and angularity should definitely be commended for that dairy strength. Today, our champion Alpine will be the doe that has the advantage in the overall attachments to the mammary system. The doe that shows us it's the most overall area of attachment combines that with some really lovely sharpness and angularity. While we would like to smooth out that point of shoulder a touch, we are going to use the doe from our oldest class. She'll be our champion today. We bring in the second place for consideration. We have some trade-offs up and down the line. The yearling, a doe that I really admire for her dairy strength and a very promising mammary system. The 2-year-old doe that I really appreciate for her general appearance, would like to see some more capacity to that mammary system. And our second place from our 3 and under 5-year-old doe, a doe that we'd really like to give some more balance and symmetry to the mammary system. But when we look at the overall combination of points, the correctness in general appearance, the correctness in the attachments to the mammary system, we are going to stay in that same class, and second place will be our reserve. A really nice single entry out here in our La Mancha 3-year and under 5. If we were going to change something about her, I'd like to see a little less movement in those shoulder blades when she's out on the move. But really appreciate this doe's mammary system, the height and width to rear udder attachment, the smoothness of blending of fore udder attachment. This shows us a really lovely balance and symmetry to that mammary system when viewed in the profile. Also really like this doe's depth of body and the body capacity that she does show us. And we'll see her back out here in just a minute for our champion lineup. A single entry aged doe, a doe that's really outstanding in general appearance. Love this doe's levelness of top line, the width back through that rump structure, the smoothness of blending in her front end, the correctness on those feet and legs, especially for a 6-year-old doe. Also really appreciate the smoothness of blending in that fore udder attachment. If we were going to change something about this doe, I'd love to see her have just a touch more height to that rear udder attachment, but we're going to keep her out here for our champion lineup. A really nice pair of La Manchas, even though we only had 2 out here today, 2 does that can definitely stand some competition. We have some trade-offs between these does, but for the overall advantage in mammary system, the overall area of attachment, the extension of fore udder attachment, and height to width to rear udder attachment, while she will grant some levelness of top line to the doe that will be our reserve, we will use the 3-year and under 5 doe as our champion and the aged doe as our reserve. We have a single entry in our Nigerian dwarf yearling milkers. This is a doe that I really appreciate for the capacity of mammary system. Really like the dairy strength that she shows us, the length and leanness of neck, the prominence of withers, the incurvingness of thigh that she shows us. A lovely little doe for this young lady, and we'll see her back out here in our champion lineup. We have another single entry Nigerian dwarf. This is a doe that I really appreciate for her body capacity. Love the depth of rib and spring of rib that she shows us. And in the area of dairy strength, really like the sweep of rib and openness of rib that she has. We might like to see just a touch more capacity to mammary system, but lots of things we like about her, and we're going to see her back out here in our lineup. These are 3-year and under 5-year-old Nigerian dwarf does. Today, one rises to the top of this class pretty handily. One is placing over 2 for the advantage of mammary system, much more height and width to rear udder attachment, a little more balance and symmetry to that mammary system when viewed from the side. Additionally, in the area of general appearance, she shows us less movement in those shoulder blades as she's moving around the ring. She's wider and flatter from thurl to thurl and flatter from hips to pins than this doe in 2. The doe in 2 over the doe in 3 for the advantage of mammary system in her own turn. She's higher in her rear udder attachment. She blends more smoothly in that rear udder attachment. She has the advantage in overall body capacity with more depth and spring of rib than the chocolate doe in 3. The 3rd place doe over the 4th place doe for the advantage primarily in general appearance. She blends more smoothly in that front end assembly. She's fuller at the point of elbow, which is allowing her to be a little smoother at that point of shoulder. She has the advantage, again in general appearance, she's wider through her loin and wider through her rump, more nearly level from hips to pins than the doe in 4. The 4th place doe over the 5th place doe, she's in a much more productive stage of lactation. These last 2 does are dry does today. So for the advantage that she does have a mammary system with the overall bloom and capacity to mammary, as well as the advantage in dairy strength, showing us a little less excess conditioning today than this doe in 5. The 5th place doe over the 6th place doe, for the advantage she has in general appearance, she's more correct in the set to her hock. She's more nearly level across the top line, especially in the area of the rump. The doe at the end of the line, do really like the overall balance that this doe shows us in her proportions. Doe that shows us plenty of length of bone pattern and dairy strength, also shows us some nice depth of rib for which she should be commended. A single entry 7-year-old doe out here. If we were going to change something about her, I'd really like to see her have just a touch more set to her hop. However, lots of things I really like about her. Really love the depth of rib, the openness of rib that she shows us. A mammary system that's very smoothly blended in both the fore and rear udder attachments. And a doe that shows us plenty of width of rear udder. In the area of dairy strength, really like this doe's front third. Really like the length and leanness of neck and the sharpness over the withers. A nice doe for this young lady, and we'll see her back out here in our champion lineup in just a second. for the overall width of rear udder attachment, the strength of that medial suspensory ligament, and the advantages that she does have in general appearance, the levelness of top line, correctness on those rear feet and legs, we're going to use this 3-year and under 5 doe. She's going to be our champion today. For the advantage that she has today and the overall sharpness and angularity, combined with the overall area of attachment to her mammary system, especially the extension of forudder attachment, we're going to move back one class, and the young lady's age doe will be our reserve. This is an interesting class of 2-year-olds. Lots of trade-offs up and down the line. If I were going to build my ideal goat, I'd really like to take the body off of the third place goat and the mammary off of the first place goat, put those two together, but unfortunately that's not quite how it works. So today 1 is placing over 2 for the advantage that she does have a mammary system with more width of rear udder attachment, more appropriate texture to that mammary system, more extension to the fore udder attachment than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in general appearance. She's fuller at the point of elbow, tracks a little straighter on those rear legs than the second place doe. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage of mammary system in her own turn. She's much higher and wider in rear udder attachment, shows us a little more capacity to mammary system than the roan doe in 3. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe for that advantage in general appearance. She's more nearly level over the loin. She's more nearly level from hips to pins. She additionally has the advantage in dairy strength. She's longer in her bone pattern and sharper over her withers, leaner in her neck than this doe in 4. The fourth place doe really loved the extension to fore udder attachment that she shows us, for which she should be commended. So our 3 and under 5-year-old does today. 1 is placing over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. She's fuller in her crop. She's fuller at the point of elbow. Has more extension of brisket and depth of heart than this doe in 2. Additionally, she is more nearly level from her hips to her pins and wider.
Check.
A nice pair of H-does here in our Nubian division. Today is placing over to, for her vantage, primarily in general appearance. She's more nearly level across her top line, especially in the area of the rump. She's more correct in that thorough placement, which is allowing her to stand with those rear legs a little more correctly underneath her than this doe in 2. Additionally, in the mammary system, she has more extension to her forudder attachment and is smoother and snugger in that forudder than the doe in 2. The second place doe, really admire this doe's dairy strength, really like the sharpness over the withers and the openness of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended. A competitive Nubian breed, but for the advantage that she does have in the overall general appearance, the levelness of top line that she shows us, really love the extension and smoothness of blending in that forudder attachment. Well, we might like to give her just a touch more height to rear udder, just really a beautiful age doe, and she'll be our champion. We bring in the second place into the lineup, and for the advantage that she has in the overall balance on the scorecard, the correctness and levelness of top line, the sharpness and angularity, as well as the advantage that she does have in the overall width of mammary system, we're going to stay in that same class, and our second place will be our reserve. If we were going to change something about this doe, I'd like to give her just a touch more strength of lateral attachment and give her a little more strength of medial suspensory ligament. But with that said, this is a really nice Oberhasli. I really love the levelness of top line that she shows us, the sharpness and angularity, tons of body capacity. Really like the depth of rib. Lots of bloom to that rear udder and a nice smooth fore udder attachment. Again, lots of things we like about her and a very deserving champion. This class of recorded grade 2-year-olds today, one is placing over 2 for her advantage primarily in general appearance. She's much smoother blending in that front end assembly. She's tighter and fuller at the point of elbow. She's more nearly level across her top line, especially from her hips to her pins, and flatter from thorough to thorough than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have a bit more width to rear udder than the second place doe. Our second place doe over our third place doe for the advantage of mammary system in her own turn. She's in a more productive stage of lactation with more extension to fore udder attachment, more height and width to her rear udder attachment. She has the advantage in dairy strength, being longer in her bone pattern, sharper over her withers, flatter and more open in her rib than this doe at the end of the line. The young lady's doe at the end of the line, a Nigerian dwarf cross, a doe that I really admire for that depth of rib that she shows us today, for which she should be commended. These are 3 and under 5 recorded grades. Today, 1 is placing over 2 for the advantage in memory system. She's smoother in her forward udder attachment. She's higher and smoother in her rear udder attachment. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's more correct on those rear feet and legs with a more correct throw placement, being more angulated through that stifle joint. She's also smoother in that front end assembly. She's fuller at the point of elbow and smoother at the point of shoulder than the doe in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe for the advantage that she does have a mammary system in her own turn with more height to rear udder attachment, more bloom to that rear udder than this doe in 3. Additionally, she does have an advantage in general appearance in her own turn, especially being more nearly level from her hips to her pins. This is a closer placing between 2 and 3, as we really appreciate this third place doe's depth of rib, really like the levelness that she shows us through the area of the loin, for which she should be commended. A beautiful single entry age doe to finish off our recorded grades. Love this doe's levelness of top line. Really appreciate her body capacity, the overall depth of rib that she shows us, and the strength of the mammary system with the extension of forward udder attachment. Really nice width and height of rear udder attachment. We're going to keep her out here for our champion lineup. Really an outstanding lineup of recorded grades out here today. For the advantage that she does have in general appearance, the natural levelness from her hips to her pins, as well as the advantage that she shows us in dairy strength, showing us more of that feminine wedge shape when viewed from the side, and additionally the strength of medial suspensory ligament that she shows us, while she is going to grant some height to rear udder to the doe that will be our reserve. Today we're going to use the aged doe as our champion and the 3-year and under 5 doe as our reserve. This class of 2-year-old Saanens, one is placing over 2. For the advantage, she has a mammary system. She has more width of rear udder attachment, more appropriate length of medial suspensory ligament than the doe in 2. The second place doe over the third place doe. In her own term, for the advantage in mammary, she shows us more width of rear udder attachment, more appropriate capacity of that mammary system than the doe in 3. Additionally, she does have an advantage in general appearance, being more nearly level from her hips to her pins and a little flatter from thorough to thorough than this third place doe. The third place doe do really appreciate the sharpness of wither and openness of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Test, test. Check.
Shouldn't be any different than the rest because the volume's all set.
This top pair, we have some trade-offs in the mammary system. I prefer the smoothness and snugness of forwarder attachment of the first place doe. Really prefer the blooming capacity of mammary of the doe in 2. However, today, for the advantage she has on general appearance, especially in those feet and legs, the strength of rear pasterns, and the comfort she has on those rear legs traveling around the ring, as well as the advantage she does have in the front end assembly. She's fuller at the point of elbow, holds up point of elbow closer to her body wall than the doe in 2. We are going to start with 1/2. The second place doe over the third place doe, it is that beautiful mammary system, the height and width of rear udder attachment, the bloom capacity of mammary that she has that places 2/3. This third place doe really loved the length, the bone pattern, really liked the sharpness and angularity, just doesn't have the overall body capacity or capacity of mammary system to compete with the doe ahead of her.
You need that one? Placings for class 19. First place to Kezia Dunham. Second place Jonathan Vaughn. And third Haley Summerfield. And I'll be showing class 20 Saanen doe 5 years and over.
would like to give this doe a bit more extension of forward udder attachment. Really admire her height and arch of rear udder. Really love the sharpness and angularity this doe shows us. Really like that dairy wedge shape when viewed from this side. Lots of things we appreciate about her, and we're going to keep her out here for our champion lineup.
First place in Class 20 goes to Jonathan Vaughn. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Saanen Milker.
For the combination of correctness and shape to mammary system, the snugness and smoothness of the forudder attachment, as well as the levelness over the top line, correctness in general assembly, we are going to use the 2-year-old doe. She's going to be our champion today. Our reserve champion will be a doe that, again, really loved the height and arch to rear udder attachment. Really love this doe's dairy strength and levelness of top line. We're going to use the H doe. She'll be our reserve.
Your champion and reserve champion Saanen Milker go to Jonathan Vaughn. We'll now be showing Class 21 Toggenburg doe, 3 years and under 5.
These are our 3-year and under 5 Toggenburg does. Today, one is placing over 2 for a big advantage in mammary system. She shows us more width of rear udder attachment, more overall capacity and bloom to her mammary system than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in dairy strength with more length of bone pattern than the second place doe. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage in general appearance. She travels with more strength on those rear pasterns. level from her hips to her pins and more smoothly blended from her neck into her withers than the doe in 3. In the area of the mammary system, she shows us a bit more width of rear udder attachment. However, she will grant to the appropriateness of capacity of mammary system an extension of fore udder attachment to the doe in 3, for which this third place doe should be commended.
Placings for Class 21. First place to Carter Blankenship. Second, Landon Gould. Third, Austin Hensley. Now be showing Class 22 Toggenburg doe, 5 years and over.
This class of Toggenburg age does today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage, primarily in general appearance. She's stronger on those rear pasterns. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have the advantage of mammary system with more height to rear udder attachment, and she shows us more dairy strength with more length of bone pattern, being leaner in her neck. The second place doe really liked the extension to fore udder attachment that she shows us. Really nice balance and symmetry to that mammary system when viewed in the profile, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 22. First place, Landon Gould. Second place, Nicole Hensley. Will now be showing champion and reserve champion Toggenburg Milker.
For the overall height and width of rear udder attachment, the true strength of top line, the width back through the loin, the width back through that rump structure, we are going to use the younger doe. She'll be our champion today. We bring in the second place doe, a doe that we do really admire for the length and levelness of top line. Not quite the body capacity of our older doe or the capacity of that mammary system. We are going to use the age doe. She'll be our reserve.
Your champion Toggenburg Milker goes to Carter Blankenship. Reserve champion Landon Gould will now be showing Class 23 Alpine Intermediate Kids.
A nice class of intermediate kids, and the one that comes to the top of the class does so pretty handily for me today. Today, one is placing over 2 for her advantage and general appearance. She's more correct in her throw placement, which is allowing her to stand with those rear legs more correctly underneath her body. Additionally, she's flatter and wider from throw to throw. She's stronger in the area of the chine than the stow in 2. And in the area of body capacity, she shows us more depth of rib than the second place stow. 2 is placing over 3. It's closer placing here, but for the advantage in dairy strength, she's longer in her bone pattern, she's more open in her rib, shows us more sweep to that rib than this stow in 3. She's more angulated in the stifle joint, more nearly level from her hips to her pins than the doe in 3. Our third place stow over our fourth place stow for the advantage that she does have in general appearance. She is more correct in the set to her hock. She blends more smoothly from her neck into her withers than the stow in 4. The fourth place stow is really sort of interesting. She's a style that I haven't quite seen in a long time, but do really love that depth of rib and openness of rib. It is the advantage that she does have in body capacity, the depth of heart, the depth of rib, the spring of rib, as well as the advantage that she has in dairy strength with the openness and sweep to her rib that places 4 over 5. Our fifth place stow over our sixth place stow for the advantage she has in dairy strength. In her own turn, she's longer in her bone pattern. She has the advantage in in general appearance, being more nearly level from her hips to her pins, touch flatter from throw to throw than the stow at the end of the line. Doe at the end of the line, really appreciate for the correctness on her feet and legs. Really like the angulation through that stifle joint and strength of pastern, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 23. First place, Emma Verhey. Second place, Allison Verhey. Third, Parker Walters. Fourth, Allison Verhey. Fifth, Grady Martin. And sixth, Cooper Verhey. We'll now be showing Class 24 Alpine Senior Kids.
A single entry here in our senior kids. I'd really like to give this doe a bit more length from her hips to her pins. I think that would make her a little more balanced and allow her to show us just a little more angulation through that stifle joint. But this is a doe that I really like the sharpness over her withers, the openness and blackness of rib. Really appreciate her body capacity, especially in the depth of rib. A really nice doe, and we'll see her back out here in our lineup.
Placings for Class 24. First place to Parker Walters. And I'll be showing Class 25 Alpine Senior Yearling.
This class of Alpine dry yearlings today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage and general appearance. She's stronger in the area of the chine. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins. She has more extension to her brisket and more depth of heart than the doe-in too. Additionally, she has the advantage in body capacity with more width of chest, more spring of rib, more depth of rib than the second place doe. There's just a lot more of this first doe than the second doe. The second place doe do really love the width that she shows us and the openness up into the area of the escutcheon, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 25. First place, Emma Verhey. Second place, Chloe Hoffine. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Alpine Junior Doe.
For the advantage that she has in general appearance, the correctness on those rear feet and legs, the angulation through the stifle joint, as well as the length of bone pattern that she does show us, we are going to use the first place intermediate kid. She'll be our champion today.
Your champion Alpine Junior Doe goes to Emma Verhey.
The doe that'll be our reserve today is a doe that actually shows us more width back through that rump structure, really shows us beautiful increasing width of body, as well as really lovely dairy wedge shape when viewed from this side. We are going to move up a class. The senior kid's going to be our reserve.
Your reserve champion Alpine Junior Doe is shown by Parker Walters. We'll now be showing Class 26 La Mancha Intermediate Kids.
This class of La Mancha kids, one is placing over 2 for the advantage that she has in general appearance. She shows us less excess movement, no shoulder blades as she's moving around the ring. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins, a little flatter from thurl to thurl. Additionally, she does have the advantage in dairy strength with more length of bone pattern than the second place doe. Second place doe do really appreciate the depth of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 26. First place, Janet Workman. Second place, Chloe Persiak. We'll now be showing Class 27, La Mancha Senior Kids.
Today in the senior kid class, one is placing over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. She's wider from thurl to thurl, more naturally level from her hips to her pins. She has a more correct thurl placement than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have the advantage in body capacity, much more depth of rib than the second place doe. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She tracks straighter on those rear legs and travels with more width between her hocks. She shows us less excess movement in those shoulder blades as she's moving around the ring. The third place doe do really like the levelness of rump that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 27. First place, Jordan LaFoon. Second place, Emily Stout. Third, Janet Workman. We'll now be showing Class 28, La Mancha Senior Yearling.
Today in our dry yearling class, 1 is placing over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. She's more correct on her feet and legs with more angulation in that stifle joint, tracking straighter on those rear legs with more width between her hocks. Additionally, she does have an advantage in body capacity with more depth of rib than the doe in 2. She will grant to the natural levelness in the rump and the smoothness and blending in that front end assembly at the point of shoulder to the doe in 2, which makes this a little closer placing. Today, 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage that she does have in general appearance in her own turn with more angulation through that stifle joint. And in the area of dairy strength, she's longer in her bone pattern, she's leaner in her neck, she's more open in her rib than this doe in 3. The third place doe really admire the width and flatness of rump that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 28. First place, Peyton Saaner. Second place, Jay Saaner. Third, Janet Workman. Will now be showing for champion or reserve champion, La Mancha Junior Doe.
Our champion La Mancha will be the doe that really stands out in terms of overall general appearance. Really admire this doe's levelness of top line. She's very correct on her front end assembly, very correct on those rear feet and legs. We are going to use the senior kid. She'll be our champion today.
Your champion La Mancha Junior Doe is shown by Jordan LaFoon.
Our competition's a little closer for our reserve, but today for the advantage that she does have in levelness of top line over the area of the loin, as well as the advantage that she has on overall dairy strength, the flatness of bone, and openness of rib, we're going to use the dry yearling. She'll be our reserve.
Your reserve champion, La Mancha Junior Doe, is shown by Peyton Saaner. We'll now be showing Class 29 Nigerian Dwarf Junior Kids. Now entering the ring, Class 30 Nigerian Dwarf Intermediate Kids.
This is a nice class of intermediate kids. Today, one is placing over 2. For the advantage she has primarily in dairy strength. She's sharper and more prominent about the withers. She's flatter and more open in her ribs. She's more in-curving in her thigh and more out-curving into the escutcheon than the doe in 2. Second place doe over the third place doe for the advantage that she does have in general appearance. She's more angulated in that stifle joint, more nearly level from her hips to her pins, especially at rest, than the doe in 3, and more smoothly blended from her neck into her withers. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She's a more naturally upstanding doe who does show us some more natural levelness from her hips to her pins. She's more nearly level in the area of the loin than this doe in 4. Our fourth place doe over our fifth place doe, a doe that just shows us more strength and substance of bone. She's wider from end to end and wider over that rump structure than this doe at the end of the line. Doe at the end of the line really love her dairy strength, really like the sharpness and angularity that she shows us, for which she should be commended. A nice class all the way down to the end.
Placings for Class 30. First place to Blair Schultz. Second place to Corbin Bolhofer. Third place to Emma Verhey. Fourth, Corbin Bolhofer. And fifth, Shiloh Martin. We'll now be showing Class 29 Nigerian Dwarf Junior Kids.
A nice single entry, very deserving of our blue ribbon. Really appreciate the width between the hocks, the width up into the escutcheon, the openness up into the escutcheon. A doe that shows us some nice levelness on her chine and loin. We might like to make her just a touch more nearly level from her hips to her pins, but a nice doe and very deserving of our blue ribbon.
Placings for Class 29. First place to Persephone DeKalb. We'll now be showing Class 31 Nigerian Dwarf Senior Kids.
right, in this class of senior kids, 1 is placing over 2 for the advantage she has in general appearance. She's much stronger on those rear pasterns, travels with more width between her hocks than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in dairy strength. She's leaner in her neck, shows us more relative length of neck than this doe in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe in her own term for general appearance. She's more nearly level across her top line, especially in the area of the loin. Travels with some more width between her hocks than the doe in 3. The third place doe maybe isn't the happiest to be out here today, but do really love the depth of body that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 31. First place to Sharon Schultz. Second place, Kinley Reagan. Third place, Maylee Mullendor. We'll now be showing Class 32 Nigerian Dwarf Junior Yearling.
Some trade-offs in this top pair of dry yearlings, but today 1 is placing over 2 for the advantage in dairy strength. She's sharper over her wither, she's leaner in her neck, she's flatter and much more open in her rib than the doe in 2. Additionally, in the area of general appearance, she's longer from hips to pin, shows us more angulation through that stifle joint than the second place doe. She will grant the smoothness of blending in that front end assembly to the doe in 2, which is what keeps this a closer pair. The second place doe over the third place doe, it is that advantage in general appearance. She has a little more correct placement of those front legs with more extension of brisket. She shows us she's more nearly level from her hips to her pin. She's wider back through that rump structure than the third place doe. 3 is placing over 4 for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She's a more naturally upstanding doe who's more nearly level from her hips to her pins and travels with more width between her hocks than the doe at the end of the line. The 4th place doe really liked the depth of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 32. First place, Kaylin Stein. Second place, Reese Fisher. Third, Keegan Humerick House. And fourth, Persephone DeKalb. I'll now be showing Class 33, Nigerian Dwarf Senior Yearling.
All right. This class of Nigerian dwarf senior yearlings, one is placing over 2 for the advantage she does have in general appearance. When we watch these does out on the move, she's the most naturally level doe in the class. She has the advantage in body capacity with more width of chest, more spring of rib, more depth of rear rib than this doe in 2. She will grant some length of bone pattern to the second place doe. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins, shows us more angulation through that stifle joint than the tan doe coming out here in 3. The 3rd place doe over the 4th place doe for the advantage that she has in general appearance in her own turn. She's stronger in the area of the chine. She's smoother blending in that front end assembly with more extension to brisket than this doe in 4. Our 4th place doe over our 5th place doe, again for the advantage in general appearance. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins, has a more correct set to her hock, and travels with more width between those hocks than the spotted doe. The spotted doe over the brown and white doe, for the advantage that she has on those rear feet and legs today, she shows us more depth of heel and more strength of pasterns than the 2 does behind her. We're using the brown and white doe over the brown doe with just a little bit of white for the advantage that she has in general appearance today, the width over the loin, the levelness from hips to pins that she shows us. This doe at the end of the line really appreciate the depth and openness of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for class 33. First place, Daisy Carey. Second place, Gracie Ann Huckstep. Third, Keegan Humerick House. Fourth, Blair Schultz. Fifth, Walker Andrews. Sixth, Cameron Gwynn. Seventh, Cameron Gwynn. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion, Nigerian dwarf junior doe.
So the Nigerian dwarfs are a little bit unique in that they have a maximum height, and so we did measure them as they came in the ring, and everyone was appropriate height today. It's sort of like the opposite of a midway ride. You have to be under the stick to be shown at an open show, and today everyone that came through the 4-H ring for both our juniors and seniors were appropriate height. Other than that maximum height, we judge these guys exactly like we do our big dairy goats. And today our champion in the junior show will be the doe that when we watch her on the move, she's the most correct in general appearance. She is the doe that shows us the most correctness on those rear feet and legs, the correctness in the thorough placement, the doe that I really admire for her overall body capacity. We are going to use this sort of cream-colored senior kid. She's going to be our champion today.
Your champion Nigerian dwarf junior doe goes to Sharon Schultz.
We do bring in the second place from that class, a much larger doe that we really appreciate for that length of bone pattern. Really like the sharpness over the withers. Not quite the correctness on those feet and legs of our champion of the day. For the advantage that she has in the correctness of general appearance as well as really lovely dairy strength, we're going to move back one class, and the first place intermediate kid will be our reserve.
Your reserve champion, Nigerian dwarf junior doe, goes to Blair Schultz. We'll now be showing class 34, Nubian junior kids.
This is our class of Nubian junior kids. Today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage that she has in general appearance. When we watch these does travel around the ring, she is more naturally level from her hips to her pin. She travels with more width between her hocks than the doe in 2, tracking a little straighter on those rear legs than the second place doe. Additionally, she does have more depth of rear rib, though she will grant to the length of bone pattern that we see in the second place doe. It is that advantage in dairy strength, the flatness and openness of rib, as well as the big advantage in body capacity with more spring of rib and more width of chest that's going to carry 2/3. Additionally, in the area of general appearance, she is wider back through that rump structure, shows us more width into the discussion than the third place doe. The third place doe over the fourth place doe for the advantage she has in dairy strength in her own turn. She's sharper over her wither, she's flatter in her rib than this doe coming out in 4. Additionally, she's more nearly level over the loin and from her hips to her pins than the doe in 4. Our fourth place doe over our fifth place doe for the advantage in general appearance. In her own turn, she shows us more correctness on those feet and legs with much more angulation through that stifle joint. She's straighter on those forelegs when viewed in the profile. She has an advantage in dairy strength in her own turn, being longer in that bone pattern and sharper over her withers. This black doe at the end of the line really liked the depth of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 34. First place, Sharon Schultz. Second place, Kennedy Gould. Third, Cooper Walters. Fourth, Corbin Bolhofer. Fifth, Landon Gould. We'll now be showing Class 35 Nubian Intermediate Kids.
a really nice class of Nubian kids out here today. One is placing over 2 for the advantage that she does have in general appearance. This goes longer from hips to pin. She's more naturally level over her top line when we're watching them travel around the ring. She holds that point of elbow closer to her body wall and is fuller at the point of elbow than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in dairy strength with more overall length of bone pattern. She's going to grant some correctness on those rear feet and legs to the second place doe. Second place doe tracks straighter on those rear legs than the doe in 1, which is what makes this the close pair. 2 is placing over 3 for that advantage in feet and legs. She does travel straighter on those rear legs, has more width between her hocks, and is wider up into the escutcheon than this roan doe that's coming out in 3. This third place doe, we do really appreciate the length of top line that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 35, first place Blair Schultz, second place Kennedy Gould, third place Blair Schultz. We'll now be showing Class 36 Nubian senior kids.
This class of senior kids, 1 is placing over 2 for the advantage in general appearance. She's more nearly level across the top line, especially more nearly level from her hips to her pins and flatter from thorough to thorough. She tracks straighter on those rear legs, while she will grant the angulation through the stifle joint to the second place doe. Additionally, she has an advantage in dairy strength with more length of bone pattern, a longer, leaner neck, and a flatter rib than this second place doe. Second place doe, we really appreciate for angulation, those rear legs, and the depth of rib that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 36, first place Parker Walters, second place Chloe Persiak. We'll now be showing Class 37 Nubian senior yearling.
Another close pair to start us off in our dry yearling class today. One is placing over 2 for the advantage that she has on general appearance. She's wider up into the area of the escutcheon, travels with more width between her hocks than the doe in 2. Additionally, she is more naturally level from her hips to her pins, a little flatter from thorough to thorough than the second place doe. She will grant the overall length of bone pattern to the doe in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She's more nearly level over the area of the loin. She's longer and more nearly level from her hips to her pins. She's more angulated through that stifle joint than the doe in 3. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe for the advantage primarily in body capacity. She's wider in her chest. She shows us more spring of rib, more depth of rear rib than this doe in 4. Our fourth place doe over our fifth place doe for the advantage that she does have in general appearance. She tracks much straighter on those rear legs with more width between her hocks. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins than this light roan doe at the end of the line. The doe at the end of the line really like her depth of body and her levelness and strength of chine, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 37. First place, Chloe Persiak. Second place, Kennedy Gould. Third place, Landon Gould. Fourth place, Emily Stout. Fifth, Landon Gould. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion, Nubian Junior Doe.
A really high quality Nubian show today. There's a doe that stands out in this lineup for her overall dairy strength, the sharpness and angularity, especially the openness out into the discussion. Doe that's really beautifully level once we get her set up and out on the move. Doe that's very correct on those feet and legs. The senior kid's going to be our champion.
Your champion Nubian Junior Doe is shown by Parker Walters.
Our reserve champion doe is a different style than our champion of the day, but a doe that I really admire for the length and levelness of top line. Love this doe's depth of rib. We're going to move back one class. The intermediate kid's going to be our reserve.
The reserve champion Nubian Junior Doe is shown by Blair Schultz. We'll now be showing Class 38 Oberhasli Senior Kids.
We're going to change something about this doe. We might have her track just a tiny bit straighter on those rear legs, but this is really a beautiful doe, a single entry in our Oberhasli breed and very deserving to be our champion. A doe who shows us beautiful levelness of top line, love the depth of rib, the openness of rib, the sharpness over the wither, so she shows us very deserving of being our champion, and we'll see her later tonight.
Your first place and champion Oberhasli Junior Doe is shown by Jordan LaFoon. We'll now be showing class 39 recorded grade junior kids.
A single entry recorded grade junior kid, very deserving of her blue ribbon. Very correct on those rear feet and legs. Really appreciate this doe's strength of top line, like her strength and substance of bone. A doe that shows us lots of body capacity and length of bone pattern. We'll see her back out here in our champion lineup.
Placings for class 39, first place to Jay Sainer. And I'll be showing class 40 recorded grade intermediate kids.
right. These are our senior kids. We're going to go back and do our intermediate kids here in a second. But here in this recorded grade senior kid class, one is placing over two for the advantage that she has primarily in dairy strength. She's longer and leaner in her neck. She's sharper over her wither. She's flatter and more open in her rib. She's more incurving in her thigh than the doe in two. Additionally, she does show us more length and levelness from hips to pins than we see in the second place doe. The second place doe, this is a really nice mini Nubian. Really appreciate a lot of this doe's strengths. Today, two is placing over three for the advantage that she has in general appearance. She's more correct on those rear feet and legs. She tracks straighter on those rear legs. She's straighter on the foreleg when viewed from in the profile. She blends a little more smoothly from her neck into her withers than this doe in three. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe for the advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She blends more smoothly in our front end assembly at that point of shoulder. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins than this doe at the end of the line. This La Mancha cross doe at the end of the line really like her sweep of rib, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 41. First place, Parker Walters. Second place, Brooklyn Carmichael. Third, Reagan Carmichael. Fourth, Bailey Coleman. Now entering the ring, Class 40, recorded grade intermediate kids.
A really growthy pair of intermediate kids here. Today, one is placing over two for the advantage she has in general appearance. She blends more smoothly from her neck into her withers. She's stronger in the area of the chine. Tracks a little straighter on those rear legs than the doe in two. Additionally, she has the advantage in body capacity with more depth of rib than our second place doe. Second place doe really like the overall length of body that she shows us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 40. First place, Harley Summerfield. Second place, Chloe Persiak. We'll now be showing Class 42, recorded grade senior yearling.
These are recorded grade dry yearlings. Today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage that she has in general appearance. She's wider through the rump structure, wider through her escutcheon, travels more width between her hocks than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in body capacity with more depth of rear rib than the second place doe. The second place doe over the third place doe for the advantage that she has in general appearance in her own turn. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins. She's cleaner about those pasterns than the doe in 2 and more angulated through that stifle joint. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe for the advantage that she has primarily in dairy strength. She's longer in her bone pattern. Additionally, she does have the advantage in body capacity with more width of chest and spring of rib. This doe at the end of the line really like her depth of rib and her strength of chine and loin, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 42. First place, Kennedy Gould. Second place, Grady Martin. Third place, Harley Summerfield. And fourth, Nicole Hensley. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion, recorded grade junior doe.
For me, the competition's really between our 2 oldest does in the lineup. These are the 2 does that are the most correct in their general appearance, most correct in the levelness of top line, the 2 most sharp and angular does in our lineup today. For the overall correctness on those rear feet and leg, for the width up into the area of the escutcheon, we are going to use the dry yearling. She'll be our champion. We bring in the second place doe into the lineup, a doe that just doesn't have the width back through that rump structure that we see in our champion of the day. For the advantage that she does have and the width back through the rump, the width in the area of the escutcheon, as well as tracking a touch straighter on those rear legs, we are going to use the senior kid, and she'll be our reserve.
Your champion, recorded grade junior doe, is shown by Kennedy Gould. Reserve champion, Parker Walters. We'll now be showing Class 43 Saanen junior kids.
This class of junior kids, a pair of nice made kids that are very similar in their type, but today one is placing over 2 for the advantage that she has in general appearance. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins, a little more correct in that thorough placement than the doe in 2. Shows us some more strength in the area of the chine. She will grant smoothness of blending in that front end assembly and length of bone pattern to the second place doe, for which the doe in 2 should be commended.
Placings for Class 43, first place Madison Summerfield, second place Harley Summerfield. Now we're showing Class 44 Saanen Intermediate Kids.
This is a single entry intermediate kid that could stand some competition. Really like the correctness of feet and legs that this doe shows us. Love the dairy strength, the length, the bone pattern, the sharpness over the withers, and the openness of rib. Very deserving of her blue ribbon.
Placing for Class 44, first place to Haley Summerfield. Now be showing Class 45 Saanen Senior Kids.
Our class of senior kids out here today. One is placing over 2 for the advantage that she has in general appearance. She's cleaner about those knees. She's more nearly level from her hips to her pins, wider from hips to pins than the doe in 2. Additionally, she does have a slight advantage in the overall body capacity, shows us a bit more width of chest and depth of rear rib than the second place doe. She's going to grant length of bone pattern to the doe in 2. Our second place doe over our third place doe for the advantage that she does have in dairy strength. She's longer in her bone pattern, she's longer in her neck, she's more open in her rib than the doe in 3. Third place doe, really like the sharpness over the withers that she does show us, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 45. First place, Kezia Dunham. Second place, Jonathan Vaughn. Third place, Kezia Dunham. Now be showing Class 46, Saanen Junior Yearling. All right. Just as a general comment while she's getting this doe set up, we have seen a lot of sunburn animals this summer, and it happens. The easiest way that you can prevent that from happening, if your animals are out in an area that doesn't have a ton of shade, after you clip, put a little baby powder down their top lines every morning. It keeps the sun from getting to their skin and can help you avoid some of those sunburn issues. This is a single entry junior yearling out here, a doe that I really admire for her dairy strength. Really love the length and leanness of neck, love the sharpness of withers, the openness and sweep of rib, the incurvingness of thigh. Doe that shows us plenty of angulation to those rear legs, and we'll see her back out here for our champion lineup. Placings for Class 46. First place to Harley Summerfield. Now be showing Class 47, Saanen Senior Yearlings.
These are Saanen senior yearlings. One is placing over 2. For the advantage, she has primarily in dairy strength. She's sharper over her withers, she's flatter and more open in her rib, shows us a little less excess condition than this doe in 2. Additionally, she has the advantage in general appearance, tracking straighter on those rear legs than the second place doe. 2 is placing over 3 for the advantage that she has in dairy strength in her own turn. She's much longer in her bone pattern. Additionally, she does have the advantage in general appearance, being more nearly level from her hips to her pins and longer through that rump structure than the doe in 3. Our third place doe over our fourth place doe for the advantage that she does have in general appearance. She tracks straighter on those rear legs. She's smoother blending at the point of shoulder and fuller at the point of elbow than this doe in 4. Really appreciate the length of top line that the fourth place doe shows us. 4 is placing over 5 for the advantage that she does have in general appearance. She blends more smoothly from her neck into her withers. She's more smoothly blended at the point of shoulder. She shows us much less excess movement in that front end assembly when we watch her on the move. Additionally, she's longer in her bone pattern and more nearly level from her hips to her pins. We appreciate the depth of rib on this doe at the end of the line, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 47. First place, Jonathan Vaughn. Second place, Kezia Dunham. Third, Haley Summerfield. Fourth, Madison Summerfield. And fifth, Haley Summerfield. Now we're showing for champion and reserve champion, Saanen Junior Doe.
For the overall correctness of top line, the sharpness and angularity that she shows us, we are going to use the dry yearling. The senior dry yearling will be our champion today. We bring in the second place, another doe that I really appreciate for the natural levelness of top line that she shows us when she's out on the move. She's not quite as sharp and angular as our champion of the day, but for the advantage that she does have and the correctness in that front end assembly, the correctness over the top line, we're going to stay in the same class. She'll be our reserve.
Your champion, Saanen Junior Doe, goes to Jonathan Vaughn. Reserve champion, Kezia Dunham. We'll now be showing Class 48 Sable Saanen Senior Kids.
Beautiful single entry in both our Sable Saanen senior kids and in our Sable Saanen breed. Really love the depth of rib that this doe shows us, the levelness of top line. A doe that when you get your hands on her shows us plenty of flatness and openness of rib. She's sharp over her withers, really just a nice kid and very deserving of her blue ribbing, very deserving champion today.
Placings for Class 48, first place and champions Sable Saanen Junior Doe goes to Kennedy Gould. We'll now be showing Class 49 Toggenburg Junior Kids.
Single entry to get us started in our Toggenburg breed, a doe that I really admire for her openness and width up into the discussion. Really like this doe's depth of rib. Really appreciate the length and leanness of neck that she shows us. Very deserving of a blue ribbon. We'll see her back out here in our champion lineup.
Placings for Class 49, first place to Austin Hensley. Now entering the ring, Class 50, Toggenburg Intermediate Kids.
I'd like to smooth this doe out at the point of shoulder just a touch, but really love this doe's depth of rib, really love her spring of rib. And a nice level top line when she's out on the move. Very deserving of her blue ribbon today.
First place in Class 50 goes to Carter Blankenship. And I'll be showing Class 51, Toggenburg Senior Kids.
a single entry senior kid, a doe that I really admire for the length and levelness of top line. Really like the sharpness and angularity that this doe shows us. We might like to have her track just a touch straighter on those rear legs, but a really nice, really dairy doe, and we'll see her back out here in our champion lineup.
Placings for Class 51. First place, Nicole Hensley. Will now be showing Class 52 Toggenburg Senior Yearlings.
All right. An interesting class of Toggenburg dry yearlings. We are going to start with the smallest doe in the class. Stature is no longer on our scorecard, and this is a smaller breed, so I'm okay with her being a little bit on the small side. She is placing at the head of this class, and one is placing over two because of the correctness on those rear feet and legs. She's more angulated through the stifle joint. She tracks straighter on those rear legs. She also tracks straighter on those forelegs than the doe in two. Additionally, she is sharper over her withers, a little flatter in her rib, and more nearly level from her hips to her pins than the second place doe. The second place doe placing over the third place doe for the advantage primarily in dairy strength. She's sharper and more prominent over her withers. She's more open in her rib than the doe in three. Additionally, she does have an advantage in general appearance in her own turn. She does track with more width between her hocks. She will grant the levelness from hips to pins to this doe in three, for which this third place doe should be commended.
Placings for Class 52, first place, Austin Hensley. Second place, Carter Blankenship. Third, Janet Workman. Now we're showing for champion or reserve champion, Toggenburg Junior Doe.
Our junior champion, Toggenburg, will be the doe that shows us the most correctness in general appearance. She's the most naturally level over her top line. She's the doe that shows us the most overall dairy strength, the openness and outcurvingness into the discussion. We are going to use the junior kid. She'll be our champion today. And she was a single entry. For me, the competition for our reserve, really for the advantage that she has in that levelness of top line, that really beautiful depth of rib. We're going to come up and use this senior kid. She'll be our reserve.
Your champion, Toggenburg Junior Doe, is shown by Austin Hensley. Your reserve champion is shown by Carter Blankenship. Now we're showing Class 53, Mini Nubian.
Okay, a single entry mini Nubian dry yearling, and the only doe that's showing in our mini Nubian division today. Very deserving to be our champion. Really like this doe's length of bone pattern. She has beautiful openness into her escutcheon. Really love her looseness and pliability of skin. Great openness of rib. Very deserving to be our champion today.
First place in champion mini Nubian junior doe is shown by Natalie Hurt. We will now be showing class 54 best 3 females. Now entering the ring is class 54 and class 55 best 3 females.
So we are actually just going to talk about a champion in this best three class. As a general rule for our group classes, the more mammaries you can bring out here and the more quality in those mammaries, the better you're going to do. We judge these animals. If there are senior does in the ring, we're going to use that senior doe scorecard. And so that means that if you're bringing out junior does, that's 35 points for each doe that we don't have a shot at based on the lack of mammary system. So today, our champion is going to be this group at the head of the line. The most consistency in the height and width of rear udder attachments, the most consistency in terms of the overall sharpness and angulation, they're going to be our champions today.
Your champion dairy best three females goes to Jordan LaFoon.
This is our first half of our mother-daughter. Since we're just picking a champion in our group classes today, we are going to hang on to these two Toggenburg does in milk. Again, the advantage of having an additional mammary system out here, and I do think that we improved the mammary system from one generation to the next. We're seeing more balance and symmetry, a little more width of rear udder attachment. We're going to hang on to those two, and the rest of you are dismissed.
Now entering the ring, class 57, dairy mother-daughter.
All right, we brought out our second cut of this mother-daughter class. Our first place out of the second cut is going to be this Nubian pair. We're going to keep them out here for the advantage in the overall height and arch of rear udders. We're going to keep the two Nubians out here. The rest of you guys are dismissed, and we'll compare the Nubians and the Toggenburgs. All right, I really appreciate the mother-daughter class that encourages these kids to breed their own animals. And when we judge the mother-daughter classes, we're looking for consistency of quality and type, as well as improvement from one generation to the next. I think between these two pairs, we see plenty of consistency of good quality and type, but I think where we see the most improvement from one generation to the next, especially in that general appearance, the levelness of top line, the levelness back through the rump, as well as the height to rear udder, is in this Toggenburg pair, and they're going to be our champion today.
Your champion dairy mother-daughter is shown by Kennedy Gould. We'll now be showing class 58 dairy wethers.
This is sort of our ultra lightweight class of dairy weathers. Today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage that he does have in the overall finish and conditioning. He shows us much more appropriate finish back up over the loin. He shows us more depth of loin edge, more width and depth of twist than the weather we see in 2. Our second place weather over our third place weather, a weather that's showing us more width up over the rack. He's wider back through that loin in his own turn than this weather we're seeing in 3. Additionally, he does show us some more depth of twist and more muscle expression through that twist than the third place weather. The third place weather over the fourth place weather, he shows us more length of loin. He shows us more muscle development back over the hip than this weather in 4. Our fourth place weather over our fifth place weather, a weather that's showing us much more muscle development from end to end. He shows us more muscle expression in the forearm. He shows us more muscle up over the loin, more muscle back through the twist. The Alpine type weather over the weather behind him for the advantage that he has in the overall width over the rack, the depth of body that he's showing us. The weather second from the end over the weather at the end of the line. This is a weather who shows us more length of loin, more expression up over the rack than the weather at the end of the line. Weather at the end of the line, a weather that we do appreciate for the structural soundness that he shows us, just not quite the condition and muscle to compete with the weathers ahead of him today.
Placings for Class 58 dairy weathers. First place, Reagan Carmichael. Second place, Austin Hensley. Third, Mallory Denham. Fourth, Austin Hensley. Fifth, Emma Verhey. And sixth, Cooper Verhey. We're now showing Class 59 dairy weathers.
this class of lightweight weathers today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage he has in the overall finish and condition. He shows us more appropriate level of condition up over the loin than the wether in 2. He shows us more width and depth of twists than the wether we're seeing in second place. He will grant some length of loin to the wether in 2. Second place wether over the third place wether for the advantage he has in carrying more overall muscle. There's more total product on this wether here in 2. He shows us more muscle expression through the twist, more muscle expression in that forearm than the Saanen type wether in 3. Saanen type wether, a really well presented wether, placing over the wether behind him for the advantage that he does have in the overall width of loin. He's more expressive up through that rack than the wether we see in 4. Fourth place wether over the fifth place wether, a wether that shows us more length and muscle development through that hip. This fifth place wether over the sixth place wether, much more width of loin, much more width of rack. The sixth place wether over the seventh place wether for the advantage that he has in more appropriate condition and finish. He's showing us more finish up over the loin than this white La Mancha wether. The white La Mancha wether over the Oberhasli marked Alpine type wether, showing us more width over the loin than this wether we see second from the end. Wether second from the end over the wether at the end of the line shows us much more length of body. He's much more balanced in his profile, more length of loin. This white wether at the end of the line do really love the spring of rib that he shows us, for which he should be commended.
Placings for Class 59, first place, Eli Cox. Second place, Madeline Denham. Third, Brady Miller. Fourth, Chloe Persiak. Fifth, Sharon Schultz. Sixth, Maylee Mullendor. Seventh, Gavin Garrison. 8, Madeline Denham. 9, Peyton Sainer. We're now showing for your champion and reserve champion Division I dairy wether.
This is our lineup for our champion lightweight dairy wether. Today our champion is going to be the wether that shows us the most total product. He's a wether who's longer through that loin structure. He's wider through the loin, shows us more muscle from end to end. We are going to use the blue roan wether. He's going to be our champion. Competition's a little more, I was a little closer for selection of our reserve today for the advantage that he has in the muscle expression back through the hip, for the advantage he has especially back through that twist. We are going to move up and use the ultra lightweight. He's going to be our reserve.
Your champion lightweight dairy wether is shown by Ely Cox. Your reserve is Reagan Carmichael. Now entering the ring, Class 60 dairy wethers.
This first class of middleweights, one is placing over 2 for the advantage that he has in the overall muscle expression and the finish that he shows us. Second place wether, a wether that I really appreciate for the width of chest, the width that he carries up over his rack and over his loin. He just hasn't developed the muscle and finish on top of it as our first place today. But it is that width from end to end, the width up over the top, that's going to place 2 over 3. He's also deeper in his rib than this third place wether. Our third place wether over our fourth place wether, in his own turn, a wether that's showing us a little more appropriate condition and finish today. This wether at the end of the line, do really love the length of loin that he shows us, for which he should be commended.
Placings for Class 60, first place Brady Miller, second Carter Blankenship, third Parker Walters, fourth Allison Verhey. We'll now be showing Class 61 dairy wethers.
This class of middleweight wethers, one is placing over 2. He's wider from end to end. He shows us more width and muscle up over the loin than the wether we see in 2. The second place wether over the third place wether, a little closer placing here, but he does show us more muscle expression in the forearm, more muscle expression up back through the twist than the wether we see in 3. And when you get your hands on him, he is wider through that loin than the third place wether. The third place wether over the fourth place wether, for the advantage he has in the overall condition and finish, he's just much closer to being done than this fourth place wether. The fourth place wether over the fifth place wether, he is wider over his loin. He shows us more depth of loin edge, and he has the advantage being a little more sound on that skeleton. He shows us much more width and depth of twist than the wether at the end of the line. The wether at the end of the line, really like the length of body that he shows us, just doesn't have quite the overall width of body to compete with the wethers ahead of him.
Placings for Class 61, first place Carter Blankenship, Second, Levi Stevenson. Third, Emily Stout. Fourth, Levi Stevenson. And fifth, Madeline Denham. We'll now be showing for your champion and reserve champion, middleweight dairy weather.
For the advantage in overall finish up over the loin, the depth of loin edge, we are going to use this Saanen type wether. He's going to be our champion middleweight today.
Your champion middleweight dairy weather is shown by Brady Miller.
Comparing the second place from that first class and our first place from the second class, big advantage in terms of overall muscle and condition in his own turn. We are going to come back and use our other first place. He'll be our reserve.
Your reserve champion middleweight dairy weather is shown by Carter Blankenship. We'll now be showing class 62 dairy weathers.
This is a nice class of weathers from top to bottom. Today, one is placing over 2 for the advantage that he has an overall condition and finish. He's showing us a lot less waste in that lower third than the weather we have coming out in 2. Additionally, he shows us more muscle back through that twist. He's deeper and wider through that twist than the weather we see in 2. Shows us more muscle in that forearm than this weather we see in 2. The weather we see in 2, really appreciate the width of loin that he shows us, really appreciate the firmness of handling that he shows us up top, just gets awfully wasty down low, and it is that firmness of handling, the width back through the loin that's going to carry 2 over 3. Our third place weather over our fourth place weather, he's the weather that shows us more length of loin. He has firmer handling and fresher handling than this weather at the end of the line. The weather at the end of the line do really like his depth of body, for which he should be commended.
Placings for Class 62 Dairy Weathers. First place, Brock Peters. Second place, Brady Miller. Third, Blair Schultz. Fourth, Brock Peters.
All right, so once again, the Nigerian dwarfs do things a little bit differently. When we're judging Nigerian dwarf weathers, we don't judge them as market animals. We're actually judging them according to their own scorecard. So today, for the advantage that he has in the overall structural correctness, as well as being a little more tractable out here, we are going to go with the black weather over the weather in 2. He shows us more upstandingness. He's more correct on those rear feet and legs than the second place weather. Excuse me. The second place weather over the third place weather, he's more nearly level from his hips to his pins. Shows us a little more correct thorough placement, more angulation through those rear legs than this weather we have coming out in 3. The third place weather over the fourth place weather in his own turn, he shows us more appropriate upstandingness, being more correctly taller at his withers than he is at his hips. He travels around the ring and just a little more agreeably than this weather here in 4. The fourth place weather over the fifth place weather, just a little more correct in his condition today than this weather at the end of the line. Weather at the end of the line do really appreciate how tractable and up-headed he is, for which he should be commended.
Placings for Class 63 Nigerian dwarf weathers. First place, Mallory Denham. Second, Corbin Bullhofer. Third, Sharon Schultz. Fourth, Mallory Denham. And fifth, Walker Andrews. We'll now be showing Class 64 Nigerian dwarf wethers.
A nice pair of Nigerian wethers. Today one is placing over two. He's the more tractable wether. He's a wether who's just a little bit more agreeable out here in the ring. Additionally, he is wider back through his loin. He tracks with more width between his hocks than the wether in two. The wether in two really appreciate his upstandingness, really like this wether's front end, for which he should be commended.
Placings for Class 64. First place, Shiloh Martin. Second, Ashley Risch. We will now be showing for champion and reserve champion Nigerian dwarf wether.
For the overall advantage and structural correctness, the length and levelness of top line, especially the levelness from hips to pins, we are going to use the black wether. He'll be our champion. We bring in that banded wether for consideration. Again, for the advantage and overall structural correctness, the height at the withers, the width back through the loin, we are going to stay in that same class. He'll be our reserve.
Your champion Nigerian dwarf wether is shown by Mallory Denham. Reserve, Corbin Bullhofer. We'll now be showing Class 65 dairy wether.
All right, this is our pet weather division, so we're judging these on a combination of health and condition, structural correctness, and the way that they work with their handlers out here in the ring. Today, one is placing over 2. He's more correct on those rear feet and legs. He shows us a more correct throw placement than this second place weather. Our second place weather over our third place weather, similarly for the advantage in those rear feet and legs, he's more angulated through that stifle joint, shows us some more length of body than this dark fronted weather we have out in 3. Also just a little more agreeable in standing than this third place weather. Our third place weather over our fourth place weather, he's a weather that's stronger in the area of the chine. He's more nearly level from his hips to his pits, tracks with some more width between his hocks than this cream weather. The cream weather over the white La Mancha weather, for the advantage he has in that overall structural correctness, he's wider from end to end. This white La Mancha weather is a weather that's just truly unbothered by everything. It's that calmness as well as the length and levelness of top line, the strength of pastern, places him over the black weather. The black weather over the brown weather for the advantage that he does have in the overall width of chest. This little brown weather that comes out next over the black weather at the end of the line for the smoothness of blending in that front end, the fullness at the point of elbow. This black weather at the end of the line, do really appreciate his depth of rib, really appreciate how easy he is to work with out here in the ring today.
Placings for Class 65. First, Walker Andrews. Second, Aurora Tilley. Third, Aurora Tilley. Fourth, Archer Tilley. Fifth, Peyton Sainer. Sixth, Archer Tilley.
Test.
Now in the ring, Class 66, Dairyweathers.
All right, this is our class of 2-year-old pet weathers. Today, one is placing over 2. He's the most structurally correct weather out here. He places over 2 for the depth of heel and strength of rear pastern that he shows us. Our second place weather over our third place weather, a weather who shows us more angulation through those rear legs. He's just a touch easier to work with, a little easier to get around the ring than the weather we see in 3. The third place weather over the fourth place weather for the advantage that he has in the overall overall size and strength. Really appreciate how well this wether has continued to grow. And it is that growthiness, the depth of rib, the width of body that's going to place him over the Nubian in 4. The 4th place wether over the 5th place wether, he's stronger down his top line and stronger on those rear pasterns. The black wether over the wether at the end of the line, he shows us a little more length through that rump structure today, and it is for that advantage that he places over this little roan. The little roan at the end of the line really loved the width through the rump, the width between his hocks, for which he should be commended.
Placings for Class 66. First, Kaylin Tilley. Second, Emily Stout. Third, Emily Stout. Fourth, Ella Franklin. Fifth, Reagan Carmichael. And sixth, Brooklyn Carmichael. We're now showing Class 67 dairy weather 3 to under 5.
These are 3 and under 5 pet weathers. Today one is placing over 2. He shows us more depth of heel and more support for that barrel as he's moving around the ring. The 2nd place weather over the 3rd place weather, a weather that shows us more appropriate condition and much more angulation through those rear legs. And the 3rd place weather over the 4th place weather, in his own turn, a little more correct in that condition. This 4th place weather, I really love his strength of bone, and I find his personality pretty entertaining. So a nice class of pet weathers.
Placings for Class 67. First, Kaylin Tilley. Second, Aurora Tilley. Third, Mason Appleton. And fourth, Mason Appleton. We'll now be showing Class 68 dairy weather 5 years and older.
A nice, healthy, well-conditioned, aged weather out here, a weather that I appreciate for his depth of rib, really like his levelness of top line. He's very deserving of this blue ribbon.
Placings for Class 68. First, Cameron Gwynn. Now I'll be showing Class 69 Cashmere Doe 5 years and older.
All right, these are our cashmere does. This is our only class, so our first and second will be our champion and reserve. Today we are starting with the doe that shows us the finest fiber. She shows us just a little bit less oil in that fiber than the doe we see coming out in 2. Additionally, she does have an advantage in that structural correctness. She shows us more smoothness of blending and less movement in those shoulder blades than the second place doe. The second place doe over the third place doe for the advantage that she does have in that micron count. She's finer in her fiber than the doe we see at the end of the line. The doe at the end of the line really love the levelness of top line, really like the length of guard hairs that we're seeing on her, for which she should be commended.
Placings for Class 69. First, William Baker. Second, Abigail Clark. Third, Madeline Clark. We'll now be showing Class 70 fiber wethers.
Right. These are fiber wethers. Today one is placing over 2. He's the more structurally correct wether. He's straighter on those forelegs when viewed in the profile. He shows us less movement in those shoulders. Additionally, he tracks with more width on those hocks. Should be a more durable skeleton than this wether we see in 2. The second place wether is our yearling wether. Really appreciate the length of body and depth of body that he shows us, for which he should be commended.
Placings for Class 70. First, Ethan Hurt. Second, Alexis McLaughlin. Now entering the ring, Class 71, beginner showmanship.
Let's get a big round of applause for this class of junior showmen. All 5 of these individuals are doing a great job, and I hope that they'll all continue to show their goats. Some things that I appreciate about each of them. The young lady at the head of the line, I really appreciate that you were willing to lead our line through this whole class. We practiced our pacing really as we were working on walking around. Really appreciate the way that you slowed down. The young lady with the Nigerian, really love the way that you set up this doe. You're very calm, and I really love how calm you are while you're working with your animal. Similarly, young lady with the brown Nigerian, you do a really great job of setting this doe up. You're really smooth and switching your sides. Young lady with the Nigerian at the end of the line, I love how well you worked with this doe. She is difficult. She's giving you a hard time. You've done a really good job of just keeping her moving and getting her set up. Today, our champion is going to be the young lady who brought out the cleanest doe. It's the most consistent in getting those feet and legs placed in the correct spot. The young lady with the sable is going to be our champion.
Your champion beginner dairy goat showman is Marley Woodward. Now entering the ring, class 73, intermediate showmanship.
Let's get a round of applause for a tough class of intermediate showmen. In Dairy Goat Showmanship, we earn half of our points before we step foot in the ring, and those points are based on how well presented the animal is and the appearance and knowledge of the exhibitors. The questions that I asked in my first two classes today were the practical ones. I just wanted to know the things that you needed to know in your actual classes. So whether that was weights and date of birth for our market wethers, whether that was number of freshenings and when they freshen for our senior does, or just dates of birth for our young does. A really nice job in terms of the overall knowledge. All of these exhibitors are dressed very appropriately for the type of animal that they're showing. The big difference comes down to the other half of those points, the other half that we earn in the ring for the overall advantage and the correctness of setting those feet and legs, for the advantage of always showing their animal to the best of their advantage, as well as the correctness when we were doing that last maneuver. So the whole purpose of that maneuver is to see those two animals moving together. If one of your animals is way out ahead of the other one, you can't judge them together. It's hard to see them together when they're 3 or 4 goat lengths apart. So when we're doing that maneuver, not only do I want to see you moving smoothly and staying on the correct side, I want to see you keeping those animals together as close as you can without touching. And if you have the fast goat, you need to wait for the slow goat. It's your job to wait on the slower animal. And today our champion is someone who did that maneuver very correctly, was very smooth. The young lady with the Nubian, second from the end, is going to be our champion.
Your champion, intermediate dairy goat showman, was Parker Walters. We're now be showing class 74 junior showmanship.
We are a little time constrained as we prepare for our meat goat show this afternoon. So if you have questions on showmanship, I'm happy to talk about those showmanship questions right at the conclusion of the dairy goat show.
At the conclusion of our showmanship, there will be no lunch break. We will roll right in to our meat goat show.
All right, let's get a big round of applause for this division of junior showmen. I'm really impressed by this group. These individuals are, for the most part, doing an excellent job of getting those feet and legs in the correct position. They do a good job of switching sides and being aware of where I am. Some really great eye contact from this group. Today, our champion, the thing that they did that really set them apart was in the way that they held that collar and kept their animal's head up as they traveled around the ring. For that advantage and showing the animal to the best of that animal's advantage and keeping that head up as they were traveling around the ring, as well as being just a touch smoother and switching those sides as we moved throughout the maneuvers today, the young man with the big Saanen is going to be our champion.
Your champion junior dairy goat showman was Jonathan Vaughn. We'll now be showing class 75 senior dairy goat showmanship.
right, we're going back to basics with the senior class. Let's get a big round of applause for a great group of showmen. For the advantage in setting up the animals the most correctly and the most consistently, we switched animals twice, so each of these individuals had the opportunity to set up 3 different animals. For the advantage in being the most correct and the most consistently correct and getting those feet and legs set, the young lady with the La Mancha wether is going to be our champion today. And we will select an alternate out of this senior division, a young lady who does a really beautiful job with her own animal. Maybe struggled just a touch when we switched to the Nubian. The young lady at the end of the line is going to be our alternate.
Your champion senior dairy goat showman was Blair Schultz. Reserve Jordan LaFoon will now be showing for grand champion showman.
let's give all of our Dairy Goat showmen today a huge round of applause, a really great show. This is our lineup for our Grand Champion Showman. We're going to select our Reserve Grand first. Our Reserve Grand Champion Showman is the young person out here who I think is the most correct in setting those feet and legs. She's the most consistent in getting those feet and legs exactly where they need to go. Really appreciate how well she sets these animals up and kind of takes a step back and leaves them away, or leaves them alone. The young lady with the Nubian, you're going to be my Reserve Grand today. And our Grand Champion Showman today is the young person who was the most correct through that last procedure. When we're moving goats in the line like that, I'm really judging the animals that have to move and get out of the way more so than I'm judging the animals that are actually being told to change places. Today, the young person who is the most considerate of the exhibitors around them really did a nice job in maintaining the space in that lineup. Young man with the Toggenburg, you're going to be our champion today.
Your champion dairy goat showman is Carter Blankenship, Reserve Parker Walters. That will conclude our dairy goat show.